Good afternoon, welcome back to East Midlands Airport, welcome back to live flight action. Looks like a busy afternoon in front of us down here at East Midlands. The Fly 4 off to Paphos this afternoon, making its way on to runway 09. And a few more aircraft behind that as well. We'll watch this one out first though. (737-800) Echo India Foxtrot Delta is the registration on this one. (12 years of age), 2013 this one first entered into service. Gratitude to everybody in the chat as well. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. It goes there off down runway 09, service to Paphos. Next on Jet 2. That one making its way out to Heraklion, and strangely Jet 2 over there on the DHL ramp this afternoon. We're just undergoing an engine test over there, but not very common that we see those aircraft over there. So look at this next outbound though, making its way out to Heraklion. Golf Delta Romeo Tango Lima is a registration on this one. 737-800, 12 years of age. Richard, Henry, Louis, good to see you on the chat. Terminator as well. Emma, good to see you again. Hope you're keeping well. Jet 2 just waiting for that wake turbulence to clear then. A lot of RF activity overhead, it sounds like this afternoon as well. A lot of typhoons passing over. almost down. Jet 2 sounds like it's on its way. There it goes, just lifting off behind the trees there. And the third aircraft making its way out this afternoon. It is waiting to make its way onto runway 09. Where do some of these flies? Just disappearing off radar for the minute for me, but Golf Delta Romeo Tango Zulu is the registration on that 737-800 there. Looks like that one is a delayed service to Gran Canaria. That one delayed about 50 minutes or so this afternoon. So thank you very much for joining us again from East Midlands. Welcome back to Live Flight Action, our first stream of the week, first stream in a week. Been off enjoying the sun for the past few days, so back into the swing of things now. We're live again on Thursday for the late night opening here at the Aero Park as well. Just watching these next arrivals in though. Quite a few making their way in this afternoon. See if we can pick this one up. There it is. Get my screen adjusted a tiny bit, countering some of that sunlight. But next aircraft to make its way in is Jet 2 from Tenerife this afternoon. Flight time of 4 hours exactly. It is safely touching down. So that Gran Canaria service is going to make its way forward now. Jet 2 making its way up from Bristol. So that one is just a repositioning flight, but that one is just about to turn onto final. Making its way down towards Burton-on-Trent now. The 777 shouldn't be too far away. That one in from Dubai, just south of the airfield. That one is about 5 or 6 minutes away from touching down. Should hopefully see that one quite a way off in the distance. That cloud base is quite low out there though. Just ahead of the 777, the Ryanair service from Malaga. That one is just behind the Jet 2 making its way up from Bristol. It is very humid where we are this afternoon. Let's keep this one in frame. Next aircraft making its way down to us as well. Extremely busy start to the afternoon. But first out, that service to Gran Canaria then, making its way down runway 09. into the distance. Let's just quickly have a look back on the ground then. Looks like the Ryanair is rushing towards the start of 09, eager to take off this afternoon. That one making its way out to Lanzarote. 9 Hotel Victor Sierra is the registration on that one. 737 MAX. December 2023, that one first entered into service with Ryanair. Or Malta Air, should I say. Let's see if this one holds short for that Jet 2 making its way into us. That one is on final. 3 or 4 miles out now. Nothing in the distance just yet. Maybe just the faintest sign of those landing lights. And the Ryanair in from Malaga. That one also turning onto final just north of Burton-on-Trent now. Triple 7 making its way down as well. That one is just south of Swaddling Coat. Golf Delta Hotel Lima X-Ray is the registration on the inbound. Just over 6 hours and 40 minutes total flight time by the time it touches down with us this afternoon. That one passing down through 5,800 feet now. Let's have a look on the approach then, see if we can make out that Jet 2 in from Bristol. Hopefully somewhere out there. There it is. Landing gear already extended then. Right now holding short, giving way to that approaching aircraft. It'll be with us in just a couple of minutes' time. Too bad at all this afternoon. Bit of rain this morning. A little bit of rain as we made our way down here this afternoon, but everything's pretty much dried up since. So hopefully that continues for the rest of this evening. So I'll stick around for as long as we can anyway. A lot of leaves falling on the aeropark this afternoon. Just passing the runway threshold and making its way in from Bristol, that Jet 2 737, just about to land in with us. Hesitation on the touchdown there, but safely landing into East Midlands. And that next aircraft also on final approach. That's the Ryanair service from Malaga. And there that one is. Hotel Quebec Alpha Delta, the registration on the next inbound, then 737-800. This one's 7 years of age, December 2017. First entered into service with Ryanair. Flight time today, about 2 hours and 35 minutes. That one is just about to pass over Darlington Park. This one again Maltese registered. Just a very slight crosswind where we are at the minute. That one's safely touching down as well this afternoon. Runner in from Malaga there. Next out then is that Ryanair to Lanzarote. That's service operated by 737 MAX. That 777 just breaking through the clouds in the distance. That one should be with us in the next 3 or 4 minutes, hopefully. Away from the flight deck there of the Ryanair as well. There it goes then, making its way down towards us. Service off to Lanzarote this afternoon. And there it goes, just lifting away there behind the tree line. Let's have a quick look on the approach then. 777 should be out there somewhere. Let's have a look for it. There it is, a little bit lower. Fully established and making its way just about to head over Donington Park. That one is just a minute or so from touching down in front of us this afternoon. Making its way in from Dubai then, 6 hours and 45 minutes is a total flight time on this one. Just passing through 600 feet as it makes its way across the end of the racetrack there. Down over the threshold 409. Safely touching down as well. Those reverse thrusters just deploying. Disappeared behind the tree line there. Catch up with that one hopefully in the next few minutes as that one makes its way back up towards us to find its stand for the afternoon. Let's have a look in the distance then at the Jet 2 over there on the DHL Apron. So that one is just starting to taxi away then. Nothing picking up on my radar for that one at the minute, but that one is flagging up as a scheduled service to Dalaman this afternoon. Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Alpha, there's the registration on that one. 737-800. Just checking that registration there is correct. There it is then, emerging from the DHL apron. Let's see if this one makes it 209. If it is indeed going to taxi all the way back. Oh, it's like it's slowing down there. Hopefully slowing down anyway. So a fairly unusual routine for that aircraft this afternoon, but safely making its way towards us now. This one heading off to Dalaman. Nothing on the approach just yet. Don't look like it anyway. Maybe just a slight aircraft. Yeah, just a light aircraft making its way down towards us. The 152 making its way back into East Midlands. If I can find that. Yeah, it is just off screen. This one's been on quite a good flight this afternoon, just over 2 hours and 10 minutes down to Northampton and back. Bravo Oscar Tango Golf is the registration on this one. A little bit of fight there. There we go, bit of a wobbly arrival onto 09, but safely down. That Jet 2 making its way onto 09 now. And the 777 making its way past us, right in front of us actually. We will catch up with that one soon as we see this one off. See if anything interesting makes its way off of the Dubai service this afternoon. Quite a few interesting items the past few weeks. Looks like there are a couple of vehicles over there at the very forward of the apron as well. So we'll take a closer look at those in a minute. Goes. Let's catch up with a 777 then in the distance. There it is. And the Ryanair service to Dublin starting up and making its way down towards us now. Registration on that one, Echo India Delta Whiskey Oscar 737-800. That one is 17 years of age. 7 there, heading towards its stand. Looks like it's going to take one of the very last stands over there on the apron. There it goes. We'll catch up with that one in a minute. Let's have a quick look at the Ryanair. If we can find it. There it is. So probably not a very heavy service at all this afternoon. So we'll see whereabouts this one intercepts. Just a little longer to go then. There it is, quite an early turn onto 09. Not a very heavy service at all this afternoon. Some very patchy paintwork as well. And away he goes, thundering down runway 09. That Ryanair service off to Dublin this afternoon. Now making its way just in the distance. Service to Krakow also making its way out. This one, 737 MAX, registration Echo India, India Golf Golf, 2 years of age. 2.5 years of age actually, January 2023 this one, first entered into service with Ryanair. See if we can get a little closer to this one and as it taxis down towards us. There we go. Get a closer up look at the 777 as well in from Dubai. Nothing much happening around that one at the minute. have a look at those next arrivals into East Midlands. The arrivals may be a bit more dense than the departures a little later on. I think there's another 777 on its way. Shouldn't be too far out now. Again, a little bit more of an extended takeoff roll this afternoon from the Krakow service. Very swiftly entering runway 09, ready to depart straight out. There we go, already throttling up as they turn on there. Off it goes. Let's have a look in the distance then at that 777. So look at those vehicles there first, though, ready to make their way on at some point. Hopefully this evening. A little bit more focus. There you go. So it'll be interesting to see if they are going on board an aircraft this evening, or if they've actually been taken off one. With the 777 there in front of us then, ready to be unloaded. Let's have a look for those next arrivals. The next 777 in from Delhi is about 20 minutes out now. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Papa is the registration on that one, passing down through 26,300 feet. Aircraft is 5 years of age. July 2020, that one first entered into service. Flight time on that one this afternoon, just shy of 9 hours. So still a lot of traffic left over on the main apron. So a quick look over there then as that 777 starts to get worked on. Right now on the very end stand. It looks like the stair and door just closing up there. So hopefully that one out on its way very soon. And making preparations to push back anyway. And let's have a look just a little further across the Jet 2 there. A couple of Chewy 737s. And the Jet 2 on the very end, and the Ryanair as well there, very rear of the apron. And the Jet 2 737-800. So a quick look at the Ryanair then. Off to Shannon in Ireland this afternoon. Echo India Echo Kilo Delta is the registration, 737-800. This one is 15 years of age. Let's have a look at those departures as well a little later on. Whereabouts are we? The Jet 2 service to Burgess. That one should be out in the next couple of minutes as well. Delayed from 4 p.m. until 25 past 4. Ryanair service to Dublin, taking off just a short while ago. Chewy service to Kos and a Ryanair service to Alicante. Both of those estimated to depart in the next 30 minutes or so. Chewy off to Dalaman and Rhodes at 5 to 5 and 5 past 5, and the Jet 2 to Palma at 5:15. Ryanair to Malaga just before 6 p.m. and again outbound to Palma at about 20 past 6 this evening. 777 in from Leipzig, that's a DHL 777 just before 7 p.m. 6:55 is the estimated departure time for that one, departing out to Leipzig. And the Ryanair to Valencia at about 7:30. Vraslav service at 7:35. And the very last aircraft, maybe the very last aircraft on this evening's stream, will be that service down to Faro. That one with an estimated departure time 10 to 9 this evening. And we'll see how the weather goes though for the rest of this evening. Make a judgment call a little closer to the time. Triple seven will be the next inbound aircraft though. That one is about 20 minutes out. Ryanair in from Girona just after 5 p.m. and the Palma service landing in about 5:40 this evening. So look at that one, whereabouts it is. So that one is still on the ground at Palma, only just taxiing down to the runway. So probably not much hope of seeing that one in the next hour or so. We'll keep an eye on that aircraft. Looks like that one is unfortunately going to be delayed this evening. The 767 in from Kennedy, that one is expected at about 5 to 6 this evening, and another 777 in from Leipzig, that one just before 7 p.m. So a lot of 777s making their way in this evening. That next one is just over Luton now, passing down through 21,500 feet. So look at the 777 then, as that Ryanair prepares to push back. Nothing coming off this one just yet. Having a quick look under the cowling for the engine there. Service in from Girona is about 35 minutes out. That one just leaving Cherbourg now, just directly overhead Cherbourg. Still at 36,000 feet, 480 knots is its current speed. Let's quickly pan back across to that Ryanair then. Finally on the move. Stick with this one as it pushes back all the way down on the apron there. There he goes. That one should be detaching in just a couple of minutes. And then making its way under its own power down towards us. Thank you very much to everybody joining us from East Midlands this afternoon. Good to have you with us. Right out in front then, off to Shannon. Seems to be making its way down towards us. Still no cargo off the 777 just yet. Hopefully we'll see that one in from Delhi, arriving with us very soon. That one is about 15 minutes out now, just over Northampton, passing down through 13,000 feet. 370 knots is the current speed on that next inbound. Good to have you with us, and thank you very much for being with us from the airport this afternoon, from our regular streaming spot. We're live again on Thursday this week, streaming from the airport. So just listening to that one there. Streaming from the airport as part of their open evening. Open until 9 PM on Thursday, 11 AM till 9 PM. So if you're in the area, want to come and see some of the aircraft in the daytime, up close and live, make your way down to the aeropark. If you want any details of the aeropark, there's a link to their website in the stream description below. Hopefully the weather should be a little like it is this evening. Hopefully no rain to contend with. The temperature's not too bad either. Where are we at the minute? About 18 degrees. It's not too bad at all. We should hopefully still be on 09 as well for Thursday. The wind is looking a bit variable at the minute, but with a bit of luck, you'll see all of the aircraft taking off and landing straight in front of us again on Thursday evening. Finally taxiing out then, they're right off to Shannon. We shouldn't have very long to wait at all before that next 777 makes its way down towards us. apart from the 737, pretty much quiet over on the DHL Apron at the minute. Get a little more populated as we continue through into this evening. See whereabouts this one turns on then. Looks like another very early departure. Just about seeing a flight deck as well there. .737 off to Shannon then. Goes just a sprint behind that tree line then. So the next services out of East Midlands shouldn't be very far behind. Chewy off to Cos. That one has pushed from its stand. There it is, just in the distance there. Tango Uniform Kilo Victor. The registration on that one is 737-800. 16 years of age, February 2009. That airframe first entered into service. 777 from Delhi, making its way in from the south, hindered ever so slightly by the cloud base down towards the south at the minute, so not able to pick that one up too far out, but making its way down through 6,000 feet now. 294 knots is its current speed as it makes its way in towards us. So, fortunately this evening, due to that cloud, not a lot we can see down towards the south. Hopefully pick it up as it turns onto final, making its way over Burton and Trent. There it goes, then the Chewy off to Cos, taxiing down towards us. Ryanair aircraft looks like it's boarding as well. See the passengers making their way up the rear stair there. Thank you very much to everybody who's joining us as well this afternoon. Good to see you all. So already joining in on the chat. and watching us live from East Midlands. Good to have you with us. So as this next aircraft making its way out to Kos taxis down towards us, the 777 is just turning over Burton-on-Trent. One final right hand turn to make before it joins us on the approach. So that cloud is a little bit dense in the distance, so you may not see it instantly, but it is definitely making that final turn and will be with us in the next 3 or 4 minutes. So everyone on board hopefully making their way off into a bit of warmer weather then. So it was very miserable this morning, a bit of rain around, a lot of cloud as well. Carried on a little bit into the early hours of this afternoon. Caught in it on our way here as well, so hopefully stays away from us for the rest of this evening. Nothing so far, everything's pretty dry, everything's dried out, so fingers crossed it stays that way. So that's 737 continuing to taxi then. Let's see where else this one holds. It does indeed hold. 777 just breaking through the cloud in front. So a lot of Air Force traffic right above us this afternoon. The Typhoon just north of the airfield. You may not quite be able to hear that. Passing overhead at 14,000 feet. 777 then on final, next to land in. Let's pan around and try and catch that one on the approach. Is a little bit further across, heading straight for us. About 8 hours and 56 minutes will be the total flight time on this 777, then making its way in from Delhi. Registration again, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Papa. This one 5 years of age, July 2020. Just over 800 people tracking this one in then to East Midlands at the minute. Sixth most tracked aircraft on flight radar. goes the second 777 to land in with us, safely touching down onto runway 09. And actually off to COS, making its way onto 09 as well. Lining up on the centre line then, ready to make its way out. Triple 7 just vacating. There we go, that one safely on the taxiway. And the 737 now making its way out as well. Safely thundering down 09 then, that chew it off to COS this afternoon. Let's have a look on the very end of the apron over there then, the Ryanair. Looks like boarding has completed on that one now. Hopefully pushing back in the next few minutes then. We'll stay in this direction and await the 777. That one should be coming into view anytime soon. No 747 tonight, unfortunately. That service in from Anchorage never seems to materialise. So we've almost discounted that one from our streams now. But that one is still pinging up. Nothing making its way towards us though. But a bit more heavy cargo traffic to make its way into East Midlands. Hopefully out as well a little later on this evening. So the Ryanair in front of us off to Alicante. Estimated departure time on that one 10 to 5. 777 is just going into view. There it is. Stick with this one then for the time being. Watch it down onto its stand. Pan back and catch the departure of that 737. Down into the depot on the taxiway it goes. We'll be emerging back out in just a few seconds. Get a full view of that as it vacates onto the apron to find its stand. it goes, safely vacating off of the taxiway onto the DHL apron. Let's see whereabouts this one ends up then this evening. Seven 767s over there on stand then. Looks like there are two 767s at the minute. There's 757 as well. 777 just passing by that one. There it is, about to join its counterpart right on the very end stand. There it is, safely pulling in onto its stand there. Parking brakes applied. Anybody out the forward of that aircraft marshalling it in? Yeah, just out, see them there as those engines close down. Very quiet again around the airfield. Now that 777 has made its way in on its stand. So look in the distance then at the Ryanair. No movement on that one just yet. A few last bits moved around. So look at the 777 then in the distance. Some of that cargo finally making its way off. We'll have a look at the next arrival into East Midlands. That's the Ryanair in from Girona, 737 MAX. just south of Leicester now, making its way in towards us. About 9 minutes out for that one, passing down through 9,700 feet. Right now, off to Alicante, finally pinging up then. That one is making its way off of its stand now. Let's have a quick look around. There it is. Hotel Quebec Alpha Delta, then the registration on the 737 pushing there in front of us. That one is 737-800, 7 years of age. And that next inbound north of Leicester now. So hopefully a few more inbounds making their way towards us. So look over to the west. DHL servicing from Kennedy. That one is about an hour and 10 minutes out, making its way towards the coast of Ireland. There should be a couple behind that one as well. The 777 in from Cincinnati, about 2 hours and 20 minutes out. That one is at 37,000 feet at the minute. In about an hour behind that one, or just shy of an hour behind that one, the UPS 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is about 3 hours and 5 minutes out. About halfway through its journey to East Midlands. A lot of those aircraft departing out then now over Europe, making their way down through France. Down over the Bay of Biscay and mainland Spain into Portugal as well. Hopefully we'll see some of those returns a little later on. Ryanair in from Wrocław though is just starting up. That one is pushing on its stand. Get an estimated arrival time for that one as soon as it updates. That next arrival over Ashby de la Zouch. 5 minutes out now as it makes its way over towards Burton-on-Trent. And the Jet 2 service to Palma. That one pinging up as well. Registration on the outbound to Palma. Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Charlie. That one operated by 737-800. 25 years of age on that Jet 2 airframe. Still very bright in the distance, that sun just breaking through the cloud above us. So let's see which Ryanair we see in or out first then. There will be with a bit of speed. This one just beats the inbound out. These aircraft are very quiet in the distance this evening, not a lot of noise at all. Let's catch it with this one, that glare off the screen bouncing right in my eyes at the minute. Heading a little further down the taxiway then. Anti-service making preparations for a rapid exit if they can make it. And that service in from Girona, just breaking through the cloud in the distance. Looks like this one may well be holding, giving way to its counterpart on final approach. Let's have a look around then at that inbound. It's in the distance somewhere, a little bit further out. Ah, there it is. Very tiny dot. Landing gear still to extend. .737 Max on the inbound then. Echo India, India Hotel Alpha is the registration on this one. April 2023 this one first entered into service with Ryanair. Oops, apologies there. There it is. Took my eye off the game for a minute. safely landing into East Midlands then. Ryanair in from Girona, and next outbound ready to make its way onto 09. Full attention in this one this time. And next departure, lining up on the centre line for runway 09 then off to Girona this evening. And we'll have a look at the jet to off to Palma in just a minute once this one has departed in front of us. Inbound still vacating. And away goes down 09, Ryanair off to Alicante there this evening. So look then at the Apron. Just hiding away at the back there. And next outbound off to Palma. Looks like the Jet 2 aircraft on the very end of the Apron as well. Started to ping up. Rear stairs in place. Anyway, it looks like they're getting ready to make a move on that one. That aircraft in from Girona, just taxiing there. This one across as it makes its way to its stand. Safely in on its stand then this evening. That service from Girona. So pan across to the Jet 2 then. There it is. Hopefully we're ready to push back in the next few minutes. Looks like there's still a little bit of work left to undertake on that one. And good evening to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. just being pushed out of the way then. Andy, thank you very much. We will have a look at that. The Jet 2 aircraft on the very end stand then. Maybe off to Burgos at some point. Scheduled departure of 4 PM on that one. Estimated departure now 9:45 this evening. Chewy off to Rhodes, that one is pushing. Just ahead of the Jet 2. So I should see that one making its way out under its own power just a few minutes time. Hopefully following not too far behind that Jet 2 as well. Easing out, not too sure about the 747s. They may well be. Both engines starting up on that 737 in the distance then. And the next aircraft as well, a bit further down the apron. Just pan away from that one. Chewy at the very end of the apron there. Off to Dalaman this evening. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Papa, the registration on that one. Pinging up on radar. That one should hopefully be pushing back anytime soon as well. There it goes. Light on the inbounds for the time being, nothing much in the vicinity. Looks like the next arrive will be about 50 minutes time. That is the 767 arriving in from Kennedy. That one is over coast of Ireland now. Like it's going to route up towards Northern Ireland and then across down past the Isle of Man into North Wales and then on in towards East Midlands. And the rider in from Palma. That one is about an hour and 30 minutes out. That one is just over Toulouse at the minute in France. Cruising at 38,000 feet, 430 knots is the current speed on that aircraft. So looking a little further forward then, the tug just releasing from the 737. Jet 2 pushing as well. So 3737 is about to depart East Midlands. Jet 2 off to Palma and the Chews off to Rhodes and Delavan. There it is at the very rear of the apron where that tug will detach and leave it to start up. No movement on the queues just yet. Pan back around just in case. No movement on the road service. So look at the Delavan. Still firmly in place, waiting to commence its taxi. Better movement on the roads. There he goes, moving away. And the 152 just sneaking on. Making its way out before those 737s hinder its flight time this evening. And away that one goes, just behind the fence line there. Losing that to the tree, unfortunately. Let's have a look back on the taxiway at that Chewy. Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot, the registration on the next outbound then. 737 MAX, this one delivered in February 2019. Ready to make its way out from East Midlands. Nothing on the approach. And the next tune making its way down as well. Away it goes, that just rotating out of sight. Next one's got a bit of speed on it. This one off out to Dallerman. And the Jet 2 after Palmer, joining it on the taxiway as well. There it goes. Jet 2 then. Next aircraft. Preparing to depart. 777's being worked on there in the background as well. There's aircraft making their way in from Delhi and Dubai. Still turning very dark at some points this afternoon. Hopefully no rain making its way towards us anyway. That Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Charlie then is a registration on the aircraft in front of us, 737-800. This one 25 years of age, just over 25 years of age. March 2000 this one first entered into commercial service. More power plugged in. The helicopter on final end for 09. That one safely touching down just on the taxiway there, and making its way off down towards the maintenance area. We'll leave that one where it is for the time being. We won't get too close to that one. Getting a closer view of the 737 as it makes its way on 209. Our registration on that inbound air ambulance though, Golf Charlie Papa Tango Zulu. There goes the Ryanair on the very end stand then. Still waiting. Last few passengers going on board there, making their way on board, should I say, sorry. Yeah, it definitely looks... Yeah, they may be going into the main terminal. It's a little bit too early for that one to be boarding just yet, but making its way out to Malaga this evening. Echo India Hotel Alpha is the registration. Oh, that's 737 there in front of us, 737 MAX. Let's have a look just overhead of the airfield. Another helicopter making its way past us. Just like this one is one of the JCB fleet. Try and get a bit of a closer look at this one if we can. Been a while since we've seen any of the JCB fleets at East Midlands. Fair old flare there as they brought that aircraft to safe stopping speed. There it goes at the very end of 09. Just about to touch down. It is very softly touching down there and making its way back towards its hangar now. Dean, thank you very much. Good to have you with us this evening. Continuing its taxi then past the DHL Apron all the way to its very own hangar this evening. Ops team's entering at 09. Stay with the JCB just for the time being then. We'll have a look at those next arrivals into East Midlands. It's about 30 minutes out for the Kennedy service, making its way just past the most southern tip of the Isle of Man. Looks like that one is going to make its way down towards Liverpool and then make its way across in towards East Midlands. Not too sure why the helicopter was going there. Let's get that more centralised if we can. There it is, and safely arriving on its apron. Not too sure where that one has originated from. It made quite an entrance just a few minutes ago. So the Jet 2 aircraft that arrived in from Bristol this afternoon is off to Burgos. That one is pinging up. Not too sure what time that one is actually departing East Midlands. Last time we had a look on the radar, it wasn't until very late on this evening. So look, see if that has changed. So it looks like it's been brought forward a little earlier. Quite a way actually. I think that was the last time we checked. It was about 25 past 9, something like that. But 25 past 6 is the estimated departure time on that Jet 2 service off to Burgos. Within the hour then, that one should be departing. With a bit of luck anyway. The engine on the JCB. So they're still in the process of shutting down that aircraft. The Ryanair service to Malaga will likely be the next aircraft to depart. Nothing pinging up for that one just yet. And the outbound service to Palma. That one will be delayed, it looks like, this evening. So the engines on the JCB there finally shut down. Crew making their way off the aircraft there. So just saying, the service out to Palma this evening will likely be delayed. The inbound is still about an hour away from us this evening. Estimated arrival time for that one, 6:45. So it'll unfortunately have a knock-on effect to that departure. That one expected to make its way from East Midlands at about 20 past 6 this evening. With that aircraft arriving at 25 minutes after that one should have gone. So we'll likely see that service leave around about 7:30 this evening, as long as they can secure a new slot and make it out on time. No further delays. So they're making preparations to get that one back into its hangar this evening then. So we will leave them to it for the time being. If there's any further movement from that direction, we'll have a look. the very end stand then. Aircraft out to Malaga. No stairs in place on that one, so hopefully ready to depart anytime soon. So estimated departure time on that one is 5 to 6 this evening. And within the next hour or so, the 777 will be departing out to Leipzig. That's the DHL liveried 777 that arrived in with us a short while ago, a little earlier this afternoon. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Papa, the registration on the departing 777. That one making its way in from Delhi. Away from the Ryanair then. Have a look at some of the cargo making its way off of the 777. So that is the aircraft back off to Leipzig at some point, hopefully within the next hour or so. Refueling truck is in place. See that refueler disappearing there ever so slowly. Quite a bit of cargo still to manage on the aircraft. Hopefully keeping its departure slot this evening. Flight crew there just having a bit of a nose out and a bit of fresh air while they can. Triple seven next to it, in from Dubai. That one is all closed up now. So they've finished offloading that one for the evening. Let's see if that one is off out anywhere. Milan this evening is its next destination. Expected to depart East Midlands at about 10 past 11 this evening. So still a few hours on the ground for that one. Nothing interesting in terms of cargo that we've seen come off the aircraft this evening. But if you want to see some of the cargo we have seen over the past few weeks, have a look back through the streams. I think the most prominent one was a Rolls Royce coming off the Dubai service off the back of the 777. That's probably about 3 weeks ago now. A Ferrari on the stand next to it, and the Rolls Royce making its way off as well. Definitely some interesting sights over there. Let's have a pan back around over to the JCB hangar. Looks like that door is open. Just waiting to push that one back in now. Easy now in the chat, thank you very much. Just confirming the JCB making its way up from Farnborough this evening. So not a lot of movement over there just yet. Pan back once that one has started to push back into its hangar. So pan around, catch the Ryanair then on the end stand, check for any movement on that one just yet. Looks like they're ready to go, ready to get that one pushed back. A few more minutes to wait though until its estimated departure time this evening, about 10 minutes or so. Hopefully a little sooner if they can. 767 in from JFK is about 20 minutes out, then passing down through 23,000 feet now. 401 knots is its current speed. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa is the registration on the inbound. 12 years of age. This one in the Mountain Bongos livery. In a couple of weeks since we've seen that one here at East Midlands. It's gradually making its way towards us. About 6 hours and 25 minutes will be the total flight time on that 767 this evening. A little further behind then, about an hour behind, about an hour and 5 minutes actually, is the 777 in from Cincinnati. That one at 37,000 feet, making a very similar track to the 767 in from JFK. Should be with us in about an hour and 25 minutes, and a little further behind the 777, the 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is about 2 hours and 15 minutes out. That one just a little over 37,000 feet at 505 knots. Registration on the inbound November 360 Uniform Papa, and on the 777 from Cincinnati, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima X-ray. This one delivered in March of this year, so just a few months old. No movement on the Ryanair just yet then, so look at the Jet 2 after Burgess in the distance. Now the fueling truck is in place. No sign of any passengers just yet though. So quick look back over towards the JCB hangar then. There you go. Get ready to push that one back in. Looks like, ironically, and a JCB tractor as well. There you go. Now to make its way back in to its hangar, the air ambulance sounds like it's starting back up in the distance. So hopefully see that one make its way back out in just a couple of minutes. Should be heading out in the opposite direction. Hopefully taxiing and departing straight out towards the east. So from the JCB, let's have a look over in the distance towards the maintenance area. The helicopter should be making its way towards us very soon. There it is. It's become a very common visitor at East Midlands. So it should hopefully lift off from that spot. Let's see. Continue a little further forward then. Let's see which direction they head off in there. The last few times we've seen this one. It's taken off directly from the taxiway. Goes there, just disappearing behind the trees then, making its way from East Midlands. Triple 7 off to Leipzig. Not too sure where those vehicles went earlier, that were in front, maybe just hidden behind the cargo there. Maybe moved off to another area. So still nothing for the Ryanair off to Malaga this evening. That Palma service is now pinging up as delayed. About 7:05, that one is estimated to depart. The 777 inbound from Leipzig. That's the Aerologic 777. Is about an hour and 10 minutes out. That one departed about 18 minutes ago from Leipzig. Already just shy of 37,000 feet, climbing away at 456 knots, just about to reach its cruising altitude. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Echo is the registration on the inbound. Ryanair from Vraslav is an hour away, 38,000 feet is the current altitude on that one. 424 knots is the speed on that aircraft. So both of those should be with us within an hour. That Palma service that we just spoke about 45 minutes out now, making its way up towards Cherbourg, so we should see that one in the not too distant future. And the 767 in from Kennedy, passing down through 12,800 feet. That one is making its way past crew down towards Stoke-on-Trent. So look in the distance as the Ryanair has pushed off of its stand. This one heading out on time then this evening. So the engine is just starting up in the distance then. So they're just about to come to a stop. The aircraft will get released. And about 10 minutes out for that Kennedy service. Making its way down through 8,500 feet now, 278 knots is its current speed as it starts, continues, its descent into waters. And that Jet 2 737 operating to Burgos, pushing back off its stand as well. Not sure if that one is just pushing to another stand. So that slot has been brought forward a little further. 6 PM is the estimated departure time of that Jet 2 then. Fire service also making its way out in the distance. A lot of birds there as well. So both aircraft should be making their way down towards us in the next few minutes. Jet 2 aircraft making up quite a bit of time this evening. So we'll stick on these two for just the next few minutes until that 767 gets a little closer to us. And good evening to everybody joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us again from East Midlands this evening. Good to see you all. So let's see which one of these two aircraft make their way down towards us first. Presumably the Jet 2. As a Ryanair is going to have bit of a taxi towards the other end of the apron. May well be then. So, taking a taxi down the length of the apron and emerging on the other side, the Jet 2 blocking the exit there. .767 isn't too far out at all now. Let's have a look where that is on the map. About 4 minutes out as it makes its way down towards Burton-on-Trent. Jet 2 still holding its position. Just starting to taxi away there. As a Ryanair emerges onto the taxiway. .767 passing down through 3,400 feet 221 knots is its current speed. Hopefully those birds get a shift on. Move somewhere else. No visual on the 767 just yet. See whereabouts this one enters onto 09 then. Kennedy service making its way down on final approach now. Landing lights just breaking through the cloud in the distance. And it looks like the 737 just holding short for the arriving 767 then. So as that one gets a little bit closer on the approach, let's take a quick look at the Jet 2 737. That one is just about to pass by. There it is. That one holding just behind the Ryanair then. Let's have a look on the approach. Kennedy service then. Making its way a little further down towards us. There it is. Landing gear fully extended. Crabbing its way down towards us ever so slightly. Got a little bit of a crosswind out there. Flight time then 6 hours and 19 minutes by the time it touches down. And registration again on this one. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa. 12 years of age. Service in from JFK, safely touching down into East Midlands. That next Ryanair departure, ready to make its way onto runway 09. we're still coming from the opposite end of the runway. Reverse thrusters on the 767 there. Right now then, off to Malaga. Sunlight just catching the rear of the aircraft there. So there's not a lot of sunlight directly above us at the minute. A lot of cloud coverage. There he goes, safely making its way down runway 09, and the Jet 2 off to Burgos. Waiting its turn. Nothing on the approach, so making its way straight onto 09. Just had to line up on the centre line there. This one making its way into East Midlands from Bristol, and just a short while ago. And making its way back out to Burgos this evening. Goes disappearing behind the tree line. The 767 making its way back down towards us on the taxiway. Let's catch up with that one. Turning it ever so slightly cold now where we are. So a lot of leaves falling off the tree as well. Off trees, should I say. Everything turning a bit autumnal. 767 safely in on the apron then. And if we very quickly make our way onto the approach, should be able to see the 152. There it is. A little bit of a bumpy approach for this one. A little bit difficult to keep up with that one. Safely touching down anyway. That one should be vacating very quickly. Off it goes back down towards a flying skull here at East Midlands. It goes and just about to disappear behind the hangar there. There he goes, safely away. The 767 waiting on the apron then. That one still waiting on a stand to become clear. Right now from Palma is about 25 minutes out now. That one is just west of Chichester, making its way up, heading towards Heathrow. 27,000 feet is the current altitude of that aircraft, 416 knots its current speed as it makes its way towards us. So the 767 firmly sat there, not moving anywhere just for the time being. So a quick check on those next arrivals into us then. The Ryanair from Dublin is pinging up. That one's still in Dublin at the minute. Looks like it's just at the end of runway 10 there. Next aircraft to depart, and the 737 departed out to Shannon a little bit earlier. Looks like that one has been on a bit of a training flight this evening. Finally making its way in down towards the main terminal there at Shannon. 767 finally on the move. The 777 in from Cincinnati at 37,000 feet. That one is about an hour and 5 minutes out now. A little bit closer is its counterpart making its way from Leipzig. That one is about 45 minutes out. just south of Rotterdam at 38,000 feet, and slightly ahead of that the Ryanair in from Wrocław, that also at 38,000 feet, 436 knots is the current speed on that 737. That one is about 40 minutes away from us. Registration on the inbound from Wrocław, Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo November, and the 777 from Leipzig Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Echo. .767 then being marshalled into position. Parking brakes applied, those engines should start shutting down any minute. Ground crew already getting into place underneath the aircraft, and while they do, I'm just going to grab another coat. It's turning rather cold at the minute. Right, hopefully that'll keep me warm up for a little bit longer. A couple of hours left to run on this evening's stream then. Let's have a look at those arrivals into East Midlands a little later on. So we'll try and end around the arrival of the 767 in from Reykjavik this evening. So about 25 past 8-ish. Still look, is there anything more interesting making its way towards us a little later on? I think we'll probably be a little too cold by that point anyway. It's probably about 25 past 8 this evening we'll finish, likely with the arrival of that 767 making its way from Reykjavik. Let's have a look a little further down then. That 767, the stairs just about to be moved into place there. Pan across just a little bit and come back to that in a few seconds. 777 hopefully making its way out in the next 30 minutes or so. Looks like cargo finally making its way back on board this evening, so hopefully that one stays on schedule. Let's pan back to the 767. That forward door should be open in just a couple of minutes. Ground crew there making their way up just to secure the side of that stair. There they are, greeting the crew on board. cargo door starting to open up as well. Oh, it's definitely turned a little bit chilly. Where are we? Still about 18 degrees. So not much change in temperature. That wind picking up ever so slightly though. Thank you very much for being with us this evening from East Midlands. Streaming from the grounds of the Air Park. The Air Park, of course, on their summer schedule at the minute. Open every Thursday, Saturday and Sunday. Open this Thursday on extended hours for their late night opening until 9 p.m. So they'll be open to the public from 11 a.m. until 9 p.m. We'll be streaming live on Thursday as well, from about 3:45. I'll be joined by John and Paul from Drones and Planes, for as long as they can stand the cold anyway. But those guys making their way down on Thursday as well, hopefully joining us for a little while on the stream. So if you're around Thursday, definitely join us for that one. Hopefully a lot more interesting aircraft to make their way into East Midlands, and of course out of East Midlands as well on Thursday. And the weather should be pretty consistent as to what it is this evening. Hopefully the wind playing ball as well. Looks like it's a bit variable on Thursday. Mostly from the north, so hopefully maintaining 09 operations. And quite a drastic change from Thursday evening into first thing Friday morning. Looks like back on 2 separate operations for Friday. Not looking too bad for the weekend. Back on 09 mostly. That next inbound then from Palma is about 20 minutes out now, making its way towards Milton Keynes, passing down through 21,500 feet at 384 knots now. Echo India, Echo November Kilo is the registration on the Ryanair in from Palma. 737-800. That one is 14 years of age, January 2011. A little bit over 14 years then. January 2011, that one first entered service with Ryanair. Making its way from Dublin, the Ryanair 737-800 Echo India Delta Whiskey Oscar is the registration, making its way up towards 15,000 feet now, climbing at 329 knots, 17 years of age on that airframe. Making its way across the Irish Sea though, heading towards Anglesey. That one should be with us in about 30 minutes. And the RVL Caravan making its way in from the Isle of Man as well, heading up towards 9,000 feet at the minute, 157 knots as it continues to climb away from the Isle of Man. Golf Romeo Victor Lima Yankee is the registration on that one, currently at 5,500 feet. That one usually sits at around 9,000 feet as it makes its way down towards us, but that one should be with us in about 40 minutes time, so anywhere in between the Ryanair from Dublin and a little further behind 777 in from Cincinnati. That one about 55 minutes out, 37,000 feet the current altitude on that one, at 450 knots. And then from the south making their way up towards us just northeast of Southend-on-Sea at the minute. Ryanair in from Vraslav, making its way down from 38,000 feet down to 32,000 feet then. Just starting to pass down through 32,000 feet. In fact, 396 knots is the current speed on that one as it starts its descent in towards East Midlands. About 30 minutes out for that one. And the 777 from Leipzig, that's the Aerologic 777 making its way towards us as well, has started its descent from 38,000 feet. 472 knots is the current speed on that aircraft. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Echo is the registration on that one. That one about 35 minutes out then. And the Ryanair from Faro. That one is just about to leave mainland Spain, heading for the Bay of Biscay. That one is about an hour and 35 minutes out at 38,000 feet. Echo India India Hotel Bravo, the registration on that one, 737 MAX, 2 years of age, April 2023. That one entered into service with Ryanair. 767 in front of us then, continuing to be unloaded. Fueling truck in place as well there. So you can get that focus a little better. Let's head down the other end of the Apron then. 777. Estimated to depart this evening just before 7 p.m. So it looks like there's any drops of rain around me at the minute. A bit ominous above. Looks like we're safe for the time being. But outbound to Leipzig in front of us then. Estimated departure time 6:55 this evening, so not too long. Looks like the last of the cargo making its way on board. Might just be able to see very back or very underneath of that 777 there. One of those trucks that was at the rear of the Apron at the start of the stream. Looks like they've been moved around to make their way onto another aircraft at some point. But 6:55 is the estimated departure of that 777. So a quick look over on the main Apron in the distance. Just one single 737 left over there now. Nothing is scheduled for that one this evening. So the next departure's for Jet 2 first thing tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. off to Palma and Tenerife. So that one may well be stopping overnight on its stand. And the remote's pretty clear as well this evening. The ATR that's been there for the past couple of weeks, finally making its way off of its stand there. Cargo continuing to make its way off of that Kennedy service then. And that runner in from Palma, not too far out now, about 10 minutes, making its way just south of Leicester. Nothing visible in the distance, unfortunately. That cloud is still quite low towards the south. A little bit different over towards the west, bit of blue sky peeking through there. So maybe I may be able to catch it as it turns on to final. Keep an eye out for that one. We're passing down through 8,500 feet, 297 knots. That one about 9 minutes out now. So, hope you're all keeping well. Thank you very much again for joining us from East Midlands this evening. We're out again on Thursday, second stream of the week, and we'll continue to monitor the weather into next week. I think it may be changing a little into next week. It's like a few thunderstorms Monday into Tuesday. Temperature rising ever so slightly though. But Thursday looks very similar. Thunderstorms into the evening. So we'll keep an eye on how that develops into the early into next week. But just the DHL ramp to look at the minute. Nothing much going on down towards the other end of the apron. A lot of people on Deesworth Road this evening. Very quiet indeed around the airfield for the time being. That next arrival though is about 5 minutes out, just passing south of the airfield now at 5,400 feet, making its way over towards Burton-on-Trent. We'll try and pick that up if we can. That cloud cover is still quite low out there. Right in from Vraslav, making its way over towards St Albans, north of London. That one should route up towards Luton. 25,000 feet is the current altitude on that one. And just a few minutes behind it, 30,000 feet, the Aerologic 777. Just north of Southend Airport at the minute. 434 knots is the current speed on the 777. Right, we'll keep a lookout for that Ryanair then in the distance. Hopefully you'll be able to see it just as it starts its turn towards us. Just a little bit of a distance to go until it reaches Burton-on-Trent. Nothing that we can see just yet from where we are. Check on the progress of the 777 down the other end. Not very much more to go on board. So hopefully that one gets in away on time this evening. Not too sure, we'll see the 737 out there. Just. Let's have a look then, see if we can pick that one up. Let's lose a bit of that light if we can. There we go. So, it is somewhere Yeah, there it is. Still very bright in the distance, very dull where we're stood at the minute. The 737 making the first of its turns towards us. Making its way down through 2,800 feet at 174 knots. Well, it's definitely looking a bit better in the distance. So just that final turn to complete, and then the aircraft will be making its way straight down towards us. Weather just above it there as it approaches. There it goes on the approach, making its way down into 09. Ryanair service in from Palma, that landing gear yet to extend. Just don't make out that collision beacon light pinging away. Anyway, maybe just a reflection from the landing lights there. (1800 feet then on the Ryanair air in front of us. Freslov service is about 20 minutes out, and the service from Dublin similarly 20 minutes away from us this evening. Landing gear extending then. Flight time this evening about 2 hours and 8 minutes. Very gradually making its way down, slight bit of a crosswind. Well, there it is, making its way across Donington Park, just about to reach the threshold for the airfield. safely touching down into East Midlands, and flight time 2 hours and 9 minutes. Catch back up with that one just a short while then. Once it vacates, it makes its way back up towards us. 777. Looks like all the cargo is loaded on the aircraft now. Upper cargo door just starting to come down and lock into place. So with a bit of luck, that one will be on its way just a short while. Hopefully meeting its estimated departure time 6:55 this evening. Next arrival in from Vraslav is about 12 minutes out now, just passing northwest of Northampton, making its way down through 12,500 feet. 777 isn't too far behind. That one is just approaching Milton Keynes, passing down through 21,500 feet. That one is about 20 minutes out. And the Ryanair making its way across from Dublin, north of Chester at 19,000 feet. 316 knots is the current speed on that one, arriving in about 15 minutes time. Triple 7 all closed on the upper deck then. Just that forward door to close once the stair moves out of place. And the Ryanair making its way up towards us on the taxiway. Now a quick look at that one as it makes its way onto the main apron this evening. Poor choice of stands to choose from this evening. Pretty empty over there at the minute. Safely making its way onto its stand for the evening then. Ryanair service arriving in from Parma. That one should be departing just after 7 PM this evening, operating on the delayed outbound service back out to Parma. Before those next arrivals make their way in then, checking the progress of the 777. The crew there ready with those final bits of paperwork to hand over, ready to make their way out across to Leipzig this evening. 5 aircraft inbound to East Midlands then. That next arrival will be with us in about 7 minutes' time. Braslav service heading for Ashby de la Zouche, passing down through 7,500 feet. We'll try and watch those down on the approach as well if we can. 777 should be a bit easier to spot, hopefully. That one about 13 minutes out now. 777 in from Cincinnati, about 35 minutes out. That one passing over Ireland. Like it's going to route just south of Dublin and then make its way across North Wales in towards East Midlands. The 4th 777 on this evening's stream. Vulcan looks like it's been quite an operation as well, orbiting over Newark for quite some time. Making its way down to Norwich as well, currently over Nottingham City Centre, maybe heading back towards us. But that one has been in operation for about 3 hours now. We'll see if that one makes its way back towards us anytime soon. No movement on the 777 just yet then. Not a very long way for that one to travel though to the start of 09. So once that forward door's closed, hopefully quick pushback and start up, heading straight for the start of runway 09. Over the Bay of Biscay then, the Ryanair in from Faro at 38,000 feet. That one is about an hour and 10 minutes away. And a Chewy in from Palma. That one again at 38,000 feet, about an hour away on that one now. Over mainland France at the minute, just east of La Rochelle. 467 knots is the current speed on that aircraft. Not very much happened at all on board the 777 there. So it may well be a little delayed on its outbound then. So look in the distance then if we can very quickly before that next arrival makes its way down towards us. Checking the progress of that Ryanair in from Palma, much as we can see of it anyway. And the bus is ready to get ready back towards the main terminal. And we should hopefully see that next arrival making its way down towards us just a couple of minutes, passing down through 3,900 feet. It is indeed just over Burton-on-Trent, so we shall leave that Ryanair. If we can, have a look in the distance, see if we can pick out that next arrival. Should be there somewhere. There it is. Right, in the very distance. Very faint outline there of that aircraft. Use a bit more light and track that one in. 777 should be following very shortly behind as well. See which one makes its way in first, either the Ryanair from Dublin or the 777 from Leipzig. Looks like the Dublin service is routing a little further north, so may well be giving way to the 777. There it is, finally lined up on final approach. Ryanair in from Breslau. Flight time, by the time it arrives with us, about an hour and 52 minutes. Passing down there through 2,200 feet at 164 knots. Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo November. The registration on this one is 737-800. This one 10 years of age. Delivered into service in 2015. It's very silent at the minute around the airfield. Hopefully changing in the next minute or so. Once the 737 arrives in with us. 777 is in the distance as well. Just about to disappear behind a cloud, a little higher than the 737 was. Sounds like the Vulcan Air is just north of us as well. Should be making quite a tight turn onto final, hopefully just behind the arriving 737. Then making its way towards Burton-on-Trent. 4,000 feet, 210 knots is its current speed. Now that one should be making its turn onto final approach just as the Ryanair lands in, so we'll try and pick that one up as quickly as we can. Looks like the Vulcan Air is just orbiting north of us at the minute. There we go, safely touching down. Spoilers and reverse thrusters. Deploying there. Let's try and pick up that 777 in the distance, and there it is. Making its final turn onto the approach. And the Vulcan Air may well just sneak in before. Definitely sounds like it. Triple seven heading a little further north. Just try and pick up that Vulcan Air as it turns in towards us. There it is. Bit of a squeaky touchdown, but safely down back into East Midlands. UK National Police Air Service, Vulcan Air. Let's get back onto the 777 then. A little bit higher. Where has it gone to? There it is. Gradually making its way down towards us then. 777 in from Leipzig this evening, passing down through 2,000 feet at 134 knots. A minute or so away from us. 777 on the ground as well, starting up and pushing back. The arriving aircraft then, 777 Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Echo, its registration, 15 years of age, May 2010 this one entered into commercial service. Flight time from Leipzig this evening, about an hour and 25 minutes by the time it touches down with us. As soon as this one lands in, we'll have a look at the 777 on the ground, making that return trip to Leipzig. Safely arriving into East Midlands. Spoilers and reverse thrusters there deploying as it touched down. 777 outbound then. Pushed back off its stand. Engine starting up. Looks like that one is clear. Almost clear anyway. There we go, everything and airily away from the vicinity of the aircraft now, ready to move under its own power. Ryanair in from Dublin on final approach. And the Aerologic 777 making its way back up towards us now. There it goes, taxiing away. Let's catch the Dublin service, making its way down. There it is, safely arriving into East Midlands. Lighting if we can. 777 then taxiing down towards us. Both 777s head on at the minute, one at either other end of the airfield. As a 777 starts to taxi down to the holding point. Helicopter at the end of 09. Very popular even for helicopters here at East Midlands. Quite a dive on that one there. So as this one lands in, the 777 is lining up. Quite some height loss there when it was over the threshold. There it is, making its way off. So the 777 then lining up, ready to depart out. And away it goes, continuing its takeoff roll there. Just starting to rotate. 777 in from Leipzig in front of us, and the airline 777 making its way to its stand. Just before the 777 makes that turn onto its stand. It's like the RVL in from the Isle of Man. Just about to arrive with us. very firmly but safely touching down into East Midlands and the RVL caravan from the Isle of Man. Ryanair aircraft in the distance then, all three 737s on stand, and of course the Jet 2 just a little further down there. There you go, glimpse of that one. Let's have a quick look over at the Aerologic then. Away from those 737s, that one just pulling in onto stand. So those Ryanair aircraft won't be sticking around very long. Services to Valencia, Vraslav and Faro this evening. And of course that delayed Palma service as well. Next 777 is about 15 minutes out, making its way just north of Wrexham now over towards Crewe. That one's going to make its way straight into East Midlands. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima X-ray. 777 freighter, this one is brand new, delivered in March of this year. Making its way in from Cincinnati this evening. Flight time just shy of 7 hours and 10 minutes by the time it arrives with us. So a quick look at the RVL. As it passes by then, there's the ground crew start to get to work on the 777 now. It goes very silently progressing towards the apron. A very short hop across towards its stand for the evening as well. A few people waiting over there, ready to greet that aircraft, ready to start getting to work on it. So we should be seeing the departure of the Palma service anytime soon. Have a look over in that direction once the RVL makes its way onto its stand. There it is, safely arriving onto its stand. Parking brakes applied, those engines closing down. Ground crew there ready to make a move, start getting to work on that aircraft. That next inbound 777 not too far away at all, and just passing down through 13,000 feet now. 310 knots is its current speed. That one is approaching from the north. There we go, the engine's coming to a stop. Ground crew getting ready to move into place. So that one will be staying here for a little while this evening, so we'll check back on it a little later on. Let's have a look back over on the main apron now. Always back over there. There we go. Looks like those passengers disembarking. The Ryanair aircraft on the right there. View unfortunately obscured on the aircraft in front of us. That one outbound to Palma this evening. Estimated departure time of 7:05. That's now elapsed, unfortunately. Hopefully on its way any time soon. So look a little further down the airfield then at these two aircraft. Echo India Delta Whiskey Oscar. That one is off to Valencia. Estimated departure time 7:30 this evening. Those passengers still making their way off of that aircraft. And the airframe to the left, very end of the apron there. That one is operating the service back out to Vraslav. Estimated departure time 7:35. So that one should be on its way in the next 20 minutes or so. Definitely sounds like a bit of noise in the distance there, so something's starting up. Chewy in from Palma is just leaving the coast of France, making its way past Cherbourg. That one should be with us in about 35 minutes, and the Ryanair from Faro isn't too far behind that one, about 45 minutes out on the Faro service. Both aircraft are at 38,000 feet at the minute. Chewy is travelling at 476 knots, and the Ryanair 453, so slightly slower. I should see the Chewy a little sooner then. The 777 is almost with us, passing down through 7,400 feet, 234 knots as it makes its way over Utoxeter. Definitely turning cold now. And the UPS 767 is about 50 minutes out. That one is just reaching the coast of Ireland, passing just south of Galway in the next 10 or 15 minutes. That one at 39,000 feet, just over 39,000 feet in fact. So look from the north then, arriving in about an hour's time. 767 in from Reykjavik. That one is just about to reach the coast of Scotland, making its way down past Stornoway. And the West Atlantic 737 in from Aberdeen is starting up in Aberdeen, making its way down to the start of the runway. That one should be with us in about 45 minutes after it takes off. So likely ending in around an hour's time then with the arrival of the 767 in from Reykjavik. That one very similar altitude to the Philadelphia service, 39,025 feet, 481 knots is its current speed. Registration on the inbound from Reykjavik, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Echo. 16 years of age on that airframe. So no movement on the 777 from Leipzig. That's the Aerologic 777 that we saw arrive a short while ago. Waiting for the pushback of that Ryanair aircraft out to Palma. The wind has virtually dropped off now. Not a lot of wind at all this evening. Well, thank you very much for sticking with us. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far this evening. We're back out again on Thursday. Hopefully the weather's equally as decent as it's been over the past few hours. So no movement on those Ryanair aircraft just yet then. Quite a way out in the distance, might just be able to pick it up, is that 777 arriving with us in from Cincinnati this evening. So look, they've well just disappeared, so I track back across. Leave that there bit right there, just appearing through the cloud in the distance, heading straight down towards us. That landing gear already extended then. Flight time, by the time it touches down with us here at East Midlands, 7 hours and 3 minutes. And good evening to everybody in the chat as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Rob, good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Next inbound gradually making its way down towards us then, passing through 1,500 feet at 140 knots. The Ryanair off to Palma, finally pushing off of its stand. We'll keep on the 777 for the time being though. It's long enough for this one to arrive with us. Passing over Donington Park then and making its way down towards the runway threshold. There it is, safely touching down into East Midlands. That service in from Cincinnati this evening. That 777, only a few months old. March 2025, that one first entered into commercial service with DHL. Or should I say Aerologic in that DHL livery. Ryanair in the distance then, waiting to make its way down towards us. That one operating out to Palma this evening on the delayed service. those next two Ryanair aircraft should be out any time soon as well. Estimated departure times on those aircraft at 7:30 and 7:35. So in the next 10 minutes or so we should see a bit more movement on those. We'll wait for the Palmer service to move out of the way. We'll have a closer look at those aircraft. But it looks like both of those aircraft have commands boarding. See passengers at the rear of the stair. Both of those aircraft there. Oh, it's definitely turning a bit chilly. 777 vacating 09, making its way back up towards us. So we should have 5 more inbounds making their way towards us this evening. Chewy in from Palmer, the Ryanair in from Faro, the UPS in from Philadelphia, 767 in from Reykjavik, and the West Atlantic making its way down from Aberdeen. Let's see Ryanair aircraft in the distance there, well behind the 737, just about to start taxiing. They'll likely be our final departures for this evening's stream. Thank you very much for sticking with us so far. To everybody who's joined us in the chat at all, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us again this evening. See, we've reinstated the weather bar as well. It's been missing for the past few weeks. I'll give you an insight to the conditions here at East Midlands this evening. The temperature just dropping below 17 degrees. If this is your first time joining us this evening, thank you very much indeed for watching Live Flight Action, live from East Midlands Airport from the grounds of the Aeropark. If you've not already done so, do consider subscribing. We're out here at least twice a week, taking a break for the past couple of weeks, making an escape ourselves on a few aircraft over the past couple of weeks. But back now streaming at least twice a week from East Midlands Airport. So if you've not done so already, do consider subscribing, hit that notification bell and give us a like as well. So we're on our way to 5,000 subscribers now, achieving 4,000 in just the past week or so. So thank you very much to everybody who has made that possible. Thank you for sticking with us as well. And this is almost entering our 9th month now, streaming from East Midlands. Walking out there just ahead of the 737. Nothing on the approach then, so we will stick with this Ryanair 737. building up a bit of speed then as it makes its way down toward the start of 09. Very quickly being followed by that 777. Spin away from the 737 just for the time being, then catch the 777 as it makes its way onto the apron. Looking at making its way back out again. Too sure if we'll see that one land back in this evening. So they're on waiting to make its way onto 09. 777 continuing its taxi. Third 777 on stand this evening. Joining 3 767s and the 757 as well. All of which is currently taxiing by. There we go then, as the 777 makes its way down towards its stand, catching up with the Ryanair there. Walking out, making its way north of the airfield then, just behind us. Just slightly obscured by the top of the trees there. And the Ryanair still holding them. So it's definitely turned a little bit darker where we are at the minute. It's a little bit lighter in the distance. Those clouds cutting a lot of the light out though. There he goes, finally making its way forward then onto 09. Runway illuminated. Finally making its way out then. After a bit of a delay this evening, that Ryanair service off to Pushback. Goes. So look at the 777 in the distance then as we wait for those next Ryanair aircraft to make their way down towards us. Hopefully not too long before we see those make an appearance. So waiting to offload the 777 then. Fuel and truck already in place. And let's have a look at the next arrivals, see how far away they are this evening. Chewy in from Palma, that one is passing down through 23,000 feet now. That one is about 25 minutes away, just shy of 25 minutes, making its way up towards, or just past Luton. The West Atlantic having left Aberdeen with about 35 minutes left to run. And that final arrival this evening, 767, the DHL 767 in from Reykjavik. That one is about 45 minutes out. The UPS 767, that one is just south of Dublin now, approaching the south of Dublin. About 40 minutes away from that one arriving with us. And the Ryanair in from Faro. That one is about 25 minutes out, 30,000 feet on that one. Just north of Portsmouth now, making its way up towards Farnborough and past Heathrow, and then routing up directly in towards East Midlands. So a quick look over on the main apron then. Ryanair off to Wrocław, starting up. Pushing in the distance as well. Very soon, hopefully, the aircraft making its way off to Valencia as well. We'll start pushing back. So with that one safely making its way towards the rear of the Apron, let's have a look at the Valencia service. So that one is ready to push as well. Waiting for the other aircraft to be moved into place. I'm just doing a few minor adjustments. So they're just about to detach the tug though. There it goes, moving away, so that one should be commencing its taxi anytime soon. So a quick look over to the front of the Apron then. Still waiting to push. So they're chewy about 15 minutes out now then. Passing down through 16,500 feet. Registration on the inbound. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Oscar. This one is 737 Max. 5 years of age, just over 5 years actually, or more likely coming up to 6 years of age very soon. January 2020 this one first entered into service. And the Ryanair in from Faro, not too far out. That one just passing by Heathrow, should be with us in about 25 minutes. So no movement on the Ryanair right in front of us, but to the rear of the Apron. This one is just about to start making a move. And then we'll be streaming until the final arrival on this evening's stream, which is about 40 minutes out now. That Reykjavik service operated by the DHL 767. That one is making its way down towards Glasgow now. Just passing Loch Lomond. There it goes, the Ryanair. Making its way out to Wrocław then this evening. Well, that temperature is dropping quite quickly now. So we've been quite fortunate over the past few weeks. The amount of good weather that we've had. A lot of that heat's been retained for quite some time into these evening streams, but the cloud cover that we've got this evening definitely turning chilly. Second aircraft to Valencia, pinging up then. That one should start its pushback anytime soon. Quite a while since we've seen any runway lights in use. Definitely starting to turn a little bit darker now. So it looks like a very light service off to Wrocław this evening. Not using much runway at all. Well, enough runway in comparison to the other departures we've seen this evening. Off it goes. Very short takeoff, roll out from the Ryanair. So I'll look back over on the Apron and next departure The final departure on this evening's stream, that Ryanair off to Valencia. Next inbound is about 6 minutes out. So maybe a little bit more difficult to pick that one up in the distance. Cloudburst has dropped ever so slightly in the distance. Might hinder our ability to pick that one up. We'll try and get on the final approach though into 09 this evening. So that next departure waiting to start its pushback. Doesn't look like a lot of movement at all over there. It's like they're ready to go. Just about see everybody on board eager to get going anyway. The next inbound then about 4 minutes away now, making its way up towards Burton-on-Trent. So the cloud cover, I think it will be a little bit difficult to pick that one up, so we will see that one on final approach. Making its way down through 4,200 feet though, 234 knots is its current speed. And the Ryanair in from Faro is about 15 minutes out. 35 minutes out for the Reykjavik 767, and the 767 in from Philadelphia, that one is about 24 minutes away. And the West Atlantic in from Aberdeen, about 20 minutes until we see that one, making its way down towards Manchester at the minute. Looks like it's going to pass maybe a little further east, making its way down towards Bradford and then in towards East Midlands. We'll see where that one routes to as it gets a little bit further towards us though. So while we wait for that one to start its pushback, let's have a little look at what else is happening over on the DHL Apron this evening. It's been quite a while since we've seen, if I can find it, there it is. Quite a while since we've seen any of this lit up. There you go, a little look inside of that 767 there. Continues to be offloaded. Let's have a look down the very end towards the 777s. More cargo making its way off. That Cincinnati service, and on the Leipzig one, cargo still continuing to make its way off of that aircraft. So the next 2 minutes then we should see that 737 making its way down towards us on final approach. That one is heading towards Burton-on-Trent at the minute, passing down through 2,800 feet. Let's see whereabouts it breaks through the cloud in the distance. Right now off to Valencia, still pinging. Still sat on its stand. cold is definitely starting to bite now. So we check on the Valencia service then in the distance. No movement at all on that one. Well, a few minutes longer. Hopefully that one will be making its way out. Sound a little delayed on its outbound this evening. Well, let's have a look on the approach then, making its way down towards us now. G737. Out there somewhere. There it is, a little further down. Just breaking through the cloud there. That landing gear still to extend then. Just coming down now actually. Passing down through 1,900 feet then at 161 knots. Flight time, by the time it touches down with us, 2 hours and 13 minutes. About 30 minutes away then from that Reykjavik 767 arriving in with us. Still no movement on that aircraft off to Valencia. Ryanair from Faro is less than 10 minutes out. That one just passing over at Earl Shilton now. And the EVS in from Philadelphia is about 20 minutes out. That West Atlantic is passing over Manchester at the minute, making its way over Manchester Airport in the next couple of minutes. 23,000 feet is the current altitude on that one. Quite some time since we've seen aircraft landing with the landing lights on like this, well, visible like this anyway. Safely touching down then into East Midlands. Flight time on that one 2 hours and 13 minutes. Let's have a look over on the main apron. No movement on the Ryanair. Tell a light, there it is, finally moving. Aircraft off to Valencia in front of us this evening then. Registration Echo India Delta Whiskey Oscar 737-800. This one's 17 years of age. next arrival in from Faro. 737 Max Echo India. India Hotel Bravo is the registration, passing down through 5,200. That's a Ryanair service from Faro this evening, April 2023. The inbound entered into service with Ryanair. That one should be on the ground within the next 4 to 5 minutes. EVS 767 making a beeline for East Midlands now. That one is just about to pass Stoke-on-Trent and pretty much fly straight in. Passing down through 15,500 feet at 400 knots. November 360 Uniform Papa is the registration on the inbound. This one is 12 years of age. Flight time, by the time it touches down here at East Midlands, about 6 hours and 25 minutes. We'll see where we are in the next few minutes. Those first raindrops have just started to appear. But nothing too severe on its way. Fingers crossed we should be alright though for the next 25 minutes or so. Not a dark cloud passing over the airfield at the minute. Let's check on progress as well. Really decent. And the Chugo's making its way onto the apron this evening. Quickly have a look at that one as it arrives in. Making its way over onto the opposite side of the terminal, and we should get quite a decent view of this one disembarking. And a string of aircraft making their way in now. That next arrival is on final approach. Let that one get a little closer. Stick with the 737 in front of us. Marshall there in front. Brakes applied. Well, that one gets tended to then. Let's have a look on final approach at that next arrival. It is a little further out. Gradually making its way in then from Faro. a bounce there as the Ryanair touched down, but safely making its way into East Midlands. Next departure then finally on a taxiway. A little bit of a delay on the outbound there, but making its way down towards us now. So a quick hop across to that too then. Ground crew there moving into place. First passengers should be making their way off any time soon then. We'll stick with this one just for a minute or so until that Ryanair gets a little bit closer. And then that next arrival is about 5 minutes out. That's the EPS 767, closely followed by the West Atlantic in from Aberdeen. And then the final arrival this evening, that 767 in from Reykjavik, is about 25 minutes out, making its way down towards Manchester now. Ryanair just about to pass by them. Catch it with that one in a minute as it gets a little further down the taxiway. Watch the doors of the 737 in front of us open up. See those first passengers emerge. .767 on final approach. One just breaking through the cloud in front. So with the rear of the 737 open there, let's get back onto the runway. Departure of that Ryanair service to Valencia. And off it goes. Let's have a look on final then. Next arrival. A bit too far, I think. There it is. Flight time then 6 hours and 90 minutes by the time it touches down. Making its way down through 1,300 feet. The temperature continues to drop as well. Just above 16.5 degrees at the minute. honest, it's been here for the past few weeks. Gradually making its way down then. That's 767 in from Philadelphia. And very closely behind it on final approach, the West Atlantic in from Aberdeen. Safely down then and making its way to the end of 09. That one will stay down at that end and vacate onto the UPS apron. The next arrival quickly making its way down towards us. West Atlantic in from Aberdeen then. Registration on this one, Golf Charlie Kilo Uniform Zulu 737-400. This one is just passing through 1,700 feet at 137 knots, 31 years of age, February 1994. This one took its first flight. A lot of vortexes coming off those wings there. And about 15 minutes out then for the 767 making its way in from Reykjavik. I think just in time as well. A bit more rain starting to make its way down towards us at the minute. Liam, good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Try and keep an eye out for that one if we can. Hopefully that one arrives very similar time to the 767. Smooth touchdown from the West Atlantic 737 there. So just ahead of the 767 then, making its way down past Stoke-on-Trent now. The IAS Medical in from Manchester. That's a Beach King Air 250. That one is about 13 minutes out. A very similar arrival time to the 767. Just a short hop from Manchester, about 18 minutes or so total flight time for that aircraft. So look over on the Tui though. It is, looks like all those passengers have disembarked now. All on the buses waiting to make their way into the main terminal. It looks like the Beach King is routing a bit further north than the 767. Beach King is about 10 minutes out, the 767 about 8 minutes now. So the 767 will just beat the Beach King in. We'll stick around and catch both of those arrivals though. The IAS Medical likely arrived just a couple of minutes behind the 767. Reykjavik service is about 7 minutes out now, passing down through 7,700 feet. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Echo is the registration on that one, 767-300. This one is 16 years of age. Passengers still making their way off of the aircraft then. The West Atlantic is making its way back down towards us. Have a look at the West Atlantic in a bit more detail as it passes by. And that one will be with us just a minute. Everything looking a bit more shiny now, though now all the lights are on around the airfield. Looks like all those passengers have made their way from the aircraft then. So look a little bit further down the taxiway at the West Atlantic as it makes its way towards us. Here it is, and that's 767, about 5 minutes out now, making its way past Utoxeter. And the Beach King turning down towards the south now. That one routing a little further north, giving way to the 767. Finally making a right hand turn towards the airfield. There it is as it passes by. It should be making a left-hand turn very soon, making its way onto the DHL Apron, pulling in onto stand next to the RVL that arrived in from the Isle of Man a little earlier on. There it goes, making its way onto the apron. And that 767 shall be making an appearance anytime soon. The Beach King isn't too far behind either. That one about 5 minutes out. 767 just over Burton-on-Trent now, passing down through 3,600 feet, 184 knots. So, no visual on the 767 just yet. West Atlantic about to make a right hand turn onto its stand. There we go, just breaking through the cloud in front. This 767 landing lights just becoming visible. Very firm stop from the West Atlantic. Let's have a look then on final approach out of this 767. Still making its way down through the cloud. Landing gear extended then, passing down through 2,100 feet at 138 knots. Flight time by the time it touches down, 2 hours and 15 minutes. And the Beach King arriving in from Manchester, not too far behind. That one is just a couple of minutes out now, just west of Burton-on-Trent. 4,000 feet. That one is currently at 162 knots. Registration on the inbound Beach King from Manchester. Golf Charlie Whiskey Charlie Delta. Stomach making noises. The 767 in from Reykjavik, sorry. Second to last arrival into East Midlands. We'll catch that Beach King arriving. And then I'm gonna go and get warm because I'm blowing freezing now. There it is then, passing over Donington Park. Down through 600 feet. Now it is safely touching down with a bit of a bounce. A fair bit of noise. noise as well in the distance. 767 arriving in from Reykjavik this evening. So a quick look at the West Atlantic then before that final arrival on this evening's stream. Up at cargo deck. Open. Looks like the crew is still on board that aircraft at the minute. Looks like that final aircraft just breaking through the cloud in the distance. So let's see if we can pick that one up. And watch this one down for one final time this evening. There it is. So just a quick hop down from Manchester, about 21 minutes. By the time it arrives in with us. Just ahead of the Maersk arriving in from Belfast. Beaching then on final approach into East Midlands, passing down through 1,700 feet, 138 knots. This one 11 years old, 2014 it took its first flight. A little bit slower than its counterparts that we've seen arriving in. Still gradually making its way down towards us now. And there it is, passing over Donaldson Park. Just making its way down through 1,000 feet. Watch this one land in and then take one last look at the 767 as it taxis by. We'll go and get in the warm. Here it goes, safely landing into East Midlands from Manchester in the IAS Medical Beach King. And the 767 making its way in onto stand as well. Watch this one pull onto stand then, and then we'll call it there for the evening. So thank you very much indeed for joining us on Live Flight Action from East Midlands Airport. If you're not already done so, please do consider subscribing. It does help the channel. almost at 5,000 subscribers, or aiming for 5,000 subscribers, sorry. Just passing 4,000 subscribers in the past couple of weeks. So if you joined us for the first time this evening, thank you very much for doing so. Hit that subscribe button, give us a thumbs up, and hit that notification bell as well to stay up to date with all of our latest action here at East Midlands. The 767 pulling in onto stand, arriving in from Reykjavik then. That's the final aircraft we'll see on this evening's stream, so thank you very much to all of our subscribers, our returning members as well, everybody who's joined in the chat and everybody who's watched this evening, thank you very much. We'll be back out again on Thursday evening for the late night opening here at the aeropark, but for the time being, I've been Tom. Thank you very much indeed for watching and joining us, and we'll see you all on the next one.